things.
Remember how to do it?
I know, that's how I feel. Hello, everyone. Happy 4th of July. Yeah, I'm like looking, I'm like, what the hell is this? What is this doing? I don't know. I'm like, well, I'm just going to roll with it and hopefully it all works out.
There you go.
What are you planning on? Well, I know you're going to work on your wrap up over there. What else are you planning on doing?
I'm editing, but also when I get that done, hopefully it won't take too long and everything, if everything works out accordingly to how I want it to. But I'm listening to Emma by Jane Austen. It's an 18-hour audiobook, and so I figured I best get started now because I like Austen's books, but I can only take smidgens of Austen at a time and everything. So it'll probably take me quite a bit of the month to get through the 18 hours.
And that's for Jane Austen July?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, because that's their group read. So I looked to see what their group read was, and then I go, okay, I'll read that. I probably haven't read Emma because I think the first time I did actually read it, it was in probably college in one of my classes because we had to. It was a literature class or whatever, and we had to read it and everything. So that was probably in my early 20s.
Okay. Well, it's been a minute.
So I'm like, and I've watched movies countless times. It's funny because my favorite movie is Books and Things. I don't remember what her name is, but she's one of the hosts for she doesn't like that version. It's my favorite version. It's like the 90s version. I like that one and everything. But yeah, so I've watched that countless times. So it's not like I don't know what's going on. It's just been a while since I've actually read the book. And I get tired of it. I have, I think it's Farewell, My Lovely by Raymond Chandler, which is my nod to Private Eye July because it's the second Philip Marlowe book.
Oh, I didn't even know about that one.
Yeah, it's new. It just kind of popped up like really quickly. Jim from Mystery and Mayhem got together with some of his people and we're like, let's do Private Eye July. So yeah.
I know it's like sometimes I look at my videos and I'm like, there's another readathon. And I mean, that's cool that people are coming up with different stuff to do too. So
yeah,
but it's like you want to try to like participate in everything, and then it's like you can only wind up reading one thing. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'll read one Jane Austen. I'll probably get in one Private Eye book because I have all their retro things and everything. So, and you know, if I want to, I can always add another Private Eye one. But I figured one was good.
You know, if you have more time after, you can always do it. But at least get the first one in. Nice. Let's see what
about you?
I decided that this was going to be a hustle weekend, and I'm listening to reading Erin Branscome's Freedom Valley, the 4th book in the series. I can't remember, all booked up, I think maybe it is. Then I'm trying to start and finish 2 Shari LaPena books. And then I also realized that for my buddy read, it's due back at the library in 3 days, and there's a wait for it, is Very Bad Company by Emma Rosenblum. Whatever. So I had to throw that one in there too. So I might fail at my weekend hustle. We'll see how that's going to go. We'll see. All right, let's see what everybody else is up to too. Cajun's here. Hi, Cajun. Happy 4th of July or Friday. I'm reading All I Want for Christmas is Cake, the Cornish Cream Tea Christmas number 4. First Christmas in July also fulfills July prompt for a Mona Marple readathon. Talking about the readathons. Here we go.
Yeah, I know. I meant to look that up because I seen she talked about. I was like, what in the world is Mona Marple readathon? Because I've never even heard of it.
Me either, but I'm going to look it up.
Yeah.
Esther Jane's here. She said, I finished number 60, Murder, She Wrote, Snowy with a Chance of Murder by the newest author, Barbara Early. Very disappointing. It was 62% before there was a murder.
Yeah, she was telling me about it and said that it kind of had like that book within a book type thing because I guess maybe one of the main characters or whatever in it was writing a book, and it's a fantasy book to boot, so it's not even a mystery book. And so if you don't like fantasy, then you're getting this fantasy stuff inside of a Murder, She Wrote. I thought it was
that does sound a little. Maybe she was trying to like change it up a little bit.
Yeah, but I think I think that's her first time writing a Jessica Fletcher book. I would have went with an OG mystery and kind of worked my way.
Yeah. Exactly. Don't test the waters that much right off the bat. Yeah. You said that is ridiculous that Esther. I start tapping my foot if there isn't one by 20%. Was the rating consistent with the characters? She said Jessica was a little off. Mort and Seth were fine, but the whole murder and story blah and lewd snow figures. That is not murder, she wrote. It doesn't sound like it. Yeah. And PK's here. Hello. She said, hello, chatters. Good to see Lee hosting. Huzzah. Happy Independence Day. And Michelle's here. Hi. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Hoping you're having a beautiful day. And Kate said, hopefully either she gets better or they get one of the others back. Yeah. Well, maybe she'll learn her lesson if she hears like some negative. And
yeah, I was like, maybe she'll get feedback and they'll be like, we want our regular Jessica Fletcher, please.
That's what people are there for. I mean, if you're at number 60, people are there for that.
Yeah. Yeah, by now, don't change the formula. It's a formulaic type thing anyway, and 60 books in.
Yeah, that's you want.
It's kind of like Heather Graham's Crew of Hunters. It's like she does like pretty much the same thing. It's formulaic. They're my comfort reads. I know what I'm going to get whenever I get into one, and everything. So like, if she was like, she kind of changed it up with the Blackbird trilogy, which was a spinoff. And I didn't like it very much. I mean, it was okay, but I want my old Crew of Hunter books.
Oh, yeah, you're liking it for that reason. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Cajun said hi to PK. Esther said to Cajun, at least the next 2 books weren't written by her. Okay. So
okay, that's good to know. Yeah. Maybe she was a filler. They needed somebody, couldn't find somebody, throw her in there.
Mm-hmm. So Michelle said, I just finished What Have You Done by Shara LaPena. Not sure what to make of this one. Is that one of the, oh yeah, it's one of these 2. I'm a little worried about that now. Saying hello.
I've not read that author. I've heard mixed things about her, and I've never tried her yet.
Her and Lisa Jewell, to me, they both fall into the like, I like the majority of stuff, but then sometimes there's an off one, and I'm just kind of like,
Yeah.
No.
I think when it comes to thrillers, if that's all you write, I think it would be really hard to come up with original like ideas by now, kind of on what to do with a thriller book.
Yeah, you're right. Because if it's a domestic thriller, it's just like your husband beats you, he's horrible to you. I mean, it's just the level of how much you're going to do into that.
And what the lady's going to do to get back at the guy, or is there another man or a woman involved?
Exactly. That's it. Sherry says, hello, everyone. I'm going to be reading It's a Wonderful Wolf by Spencer Quinn. And Michelle said, hi, Lee and Storm. And Kat's here. She said, hey, Lee and Storm and friends in the chat. What a wonderful surprise. I'm working on my to-do list. Well, perfect. This would be the perfect time for it then. PK said, I saw a clip that Ellie Alexander was re-releasing a 5-book series that had gone out of publication with new covers and titles. Meg is the main character, probably old news, but saw it today. It's new to me because I've never heard of it. So. And Sharon's here. She said, hello, everyone. Hey, Sharon. I said, hi, Esther, Michelle, and Esther, Jane, and Michelle, sorry. And Hannah's here. She said, hi, Lee. Hi, Storm. Happy Independence Day. I'll be reading The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes by Suzanne Collins. I see everyone reading that one or the newer one, the new prequel that came out too. I see that one a lot.
Yeah, and I've seen somebody, I think, one of the like kind of bigger like British channels, I think, or maybe it wasn't. No, I think it was Vanessa, Read with Vanessa or something. Somebody's doing like a readathon, I think, or a read-along of like the Hunger Games.
Oh, okay.
Somebody was doing sprints, and I had seen the Hunger Games.
You know what? I think I did too. Yeah, now that you're saying that, just like the logo for it. So
yeah.
Well, you know, too, like when a new one comes out, everybody like goes back and rereads the whole series.
Except for me, because I didn't like them.
No, you did not. You know what? I read them so long ago, and I think at the time I thought they were good, but then I wasn't going to go back and read
the first book, and I didn't like it, and I never continued on.
Well, then you're not missing anything.
So I watched the first movie, and I don't think I watched the rest of the movies either. I was like, okay, that was enough.
Yeah, I think I watched the first, and then I watched the last one. One of my friends asked me to go with her, so I was like, I don't remember this, but whatever. Okay, to say yay for Hustle Weekend. Love those. We'll see how this one goes, because I already feel like I failed and it didn't even start yet. Michelle said, Lee, can't wait to hear what you think of Shari LaPena book. I need to talk about it. All right, I'll do that one first, and then we'll talk about that one.
I was going to say, maybe you need to change up your hustle if you're going to have to.
I know. I'm like, well, I definitely have to do The Very Bad Company, because that one's going to go back, and there's 3 people waiting, so I know I won't
Yeah.
get it for a while, so. Nadine said, hi, everyone. I'll be reading Renewed for Murder by Victoria Gilbert, number 6, Blue Ridge Library series. Tammy and I are buddy reading Emma. We started on Monday. I love your Hustle videos. Thank you. PK, that's why I stopped doing readathons other than my own. I already have issues choosing what to appease my mood, which is despotic. That's the problem, too. I feel like if you're a mood reader, too, you have to be in the mood and you have to want to.
That's why I don't like prompts. I like to participate in the readathons by reading a book that is kind of what the readathon is about. So, like, if it's some kind of mystery readathon, you read a mystery book. They like, Private Eye July. I can pick out whichever one. There's no prompts. You just read a Private Eye book. That's all. He has, like, read one from the 20s to the 60s and then 70s to whatever as his prompts or whatever. So you can pick whichever one you want. You read it and
Yeah, something broad like that is also good because it's very general and you can pick within that. So, and do what you want. You might want to read something a little bit lighter while somebody wants to read something really gritty and darker.
It's like June on the Range. It's basically read a Western. So that's, what I did. I picked out the Westerns that I was interested in. Didn't have to worry about prompts they're going to fit into.
Exactly. Yeah, it worked. You make it work for you.
Yeah.
Michelle said, hi to Kat. Kat said, Storm, I'm going to try and read Emma for Jane Austen July. I have never read it. I won't be able to start until after Summerween.
Cool. I probably won't be very far by then because I think Summerween ends on the 12th.
We're doing little snippets too. So, and Christina said, hi, happy 4th, Lee and Storm. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so hopefully you get notified. Thank you. Cool. Nadine, what are these crown things after the names in the comments? I don't know. I haven't seen one yet. I'm not sure. I don't see any of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no telling with StreamYard. Sometimes they put things and we have no clue. Because, like, on our end, I don't see anything about no crowns.
Yeah, I don't.
So I don't know what YouTube is putting out or StreamYard is putting out on that side.
Yeah, I don't see that. I'm curious now. Angela said, hi, everyone. Hello. And as Jane said, the only thing funny in the book was Jessica learning to use a mobile wheelchair after getting hurt. Sir Jane said, hi, Kat. Kat saying hello to Angel, Nadine, Kat, Michelle, PK, Cajun, Hannah, Sharon, Sherry, Esther, and all the workers.
Hey, look, you didn't have to write as much as normal. There was just a little line.
That's true. That's true. Angela said to Nadine, the crowns are for the points for interacting in the chat. The more you chat, the more the points. Oh, okay.
Okay, that is cool. I had no clue.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And Cajun said hi to Christine. And PK said, Nadine, it's a new thing on YouTube to encourage chatting in the lives, ranking the most chatting if no one is competitive. Oh, you know what? I think I did see that on Kat's Live on Wednesday. Somebody was like, had something that said rank number 1 or it said like number 1 in it. So maybe that's what they're talking about.
That is cool. I guess try to get the lurkers to like participate maybe.
There you go. I feel like that could backfire though, because like the introverts will be like, okay, no problem. I'm just going to stay really quiet.
I don't need a crown.
Yeah, exactly. And I was saying hi to Christina, and Nadine said, I always feel special when you shout me out. And Hannah said, yeah, I started the series about a couple of months ago and finally made it to the prequels. They have long hold lines. I really enjoyed the trilogy.
I bet.
Yeah, I would imagine now with a new book coming out too, that makes everybody go back and the holds are crazy. And Christina said, Katie Colson is doing a Hunger Games readathon and Vanessa is co-hosting. That's mainly on Discord. Is that Vanessa like Dr. B?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said I thought there was a big YouTuber, which is Katie Colson. I think is pretty big kind of and stuff. I thought I'd seen it somewhere. At least I'm not crazy. I've seen something.
No, Nadine said, I'm finding the crowns distracting. Oh, my brain, I easily get distracted. I'm glad I don't see them then. Because
I know. Yeah.
Dave said, I wonder if we cannot do the crown thingy somehow. I'm not sure.
Probably up to YouTube on that, probably.
Yeah. I learned I do not like competitive readathons or ones with strict prompts where they change midstream.
I don't either, Cajun.
I don't like where there is something strict and you're following the rules and everybody else wants to come in and be like making up why they can't follow the rules and wanting everything to change for them. For that, don't participate then. I hate that.
Well, I don't like it too. Like if I think it's going to be kind of strict and it's going to be this one way, but then they throw these curveballs in there or whatever,
Yeah.
and then it's like, I wasn't expecting that, so I had my TBR offset. Now you're making me competitive because I think I have to do that. So
yes,
I ran into that like twice this year so far.
Oh, it's so annoying. Christina said, I made a FOMO readathon bingo board. It is all self-care and reading prompts, but the reading ones say read a book. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, we could see that. And BK said, Lee, you don't see it on the host side. Okay, thank you. The crowns are only visible on YouTube, not on StreamYard. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I don't see any crowns either. I don't see any crowns. Okay. And right now, only on computers, not phones. Okay.
Oh, that might be why some aren't seeing them then, yeah.
Yeah. You said pop in on my sprints tomorrow and you can see them in the chats. Okay. Hey, Christina. Is YouTube's way of helping foster engagement. The more you engage, the more points you get. Only the top 3 people get crowns in the chat. I don't like it, crowns. I can get off my lawn while you're at it. PK laughed. Christina, but it seems you can only gain so many points per hour or something. Then you can get more in the next hour, but it resets when you go to a new stream. Oh, okay. I stream and had no idea about this crown thingy. Yeah, well, if you're streaming it, then you wouldn't see it. And why would you if you're on the StreamYard side of it, you wouldn't see. Okay, makes sense. I think.
Yeah, and then some people aren't seeing it because if you're using your phone, and like some said, it's only on the computer. And most people, I think, when they're in chats, they're not on their computer; they're on their phone.
True. I like to do the Garble August readathons to give me a reason to read a guilty pleasure kind of book and not feel bad about ignoring the TBR mountain range. I get that too. And the crowns just started on like the 1st. Okay, yeah, I thought I had just recently seen it too. So, and Esther, I'm on an iPad and no crowns. Maybe it's just on a laptop then. And Storm just popped. Yeah, I think she disappeared. Hopefully her computer is not acting up too bad and she gets back on. Same Esther Jane. Cajun said, Storm, you know the one I mean. Really did not like it, but felt I had to go on since I was part of a team. Too much changing and new rules along the way. Yeah, see, I don't always like that. Like when you're like you've planned yourself out and then they want to change things up on you. So, all right, we are at the last of the comments right now. I figured we would kind of do like 15 minutes of chatting and then 45 minutes of sprints. Hopefully, in that time, Storm can get her computer back up. So we're going to go and we will sprint to the top of the hour. Yeah, you're back. What'd you guys do?
I almost got finished editing.
Okay.
I was on my last book part. So I was like, oh, I almost got done. I'm at 18 minutes into a 20-minute video. So
Nice.
almost.
I went from 54% to 66% in very bad company. So,
and hopefully maybe my computer won't mess up this time.
I hope so. I was like, okay, there she is, and now she's not.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's messing up. Maybe I'll come back. Oh, nope. And then it just went, boop, something's wrong. And it said that, check to see if your computer is connected to the internet. So I don't know if my internet blinked or something.
Oh, it could have, yeah. Sometimes it happens. I'm going to go back. I don't think I read this comment from Hannah before. I barely read now, so I don't think I could do any competitive readathons. I see her occasionally reading something on Goodreads, though. She said same to Esther Jane about she's on the iPad and has no crowns. Cajun Storm, you know the one I mean, really did not like it, but felt I had to go on since I was part of a team. Too much changing and the new rules along the way.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, it was kind of the one that I was talking about, plus another one that you was in with.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. He said, when I do readathons, I just read something you like in the subgenre. One book counts. Exactly. Caden said, yes, PK, that's why I like Melmax prompts. You can fill them in with your regular reads for the most part easily. Yeah, I agree on that one.
Yeah, with hers, I feel like, I read and then I try to see if I can find a prompt that will work for it, or I can, stretch it and make it fit into it.
Which is fine, and she's okay with that too. So
just like PK had her her historical mystery readathon, and I didn't know it was going on until it already had my TBR picked out, and I was like, oh look, I have a book that fits, because I was reading the historical mystery anyway.
It worked out. Michelle said, at Lee No Need to Worry, I really enjoyed the book. I thought it was really good. There's just a certain aspect about it, and I wonder if you will feel the same as me. Yeah, sometimes I feel that too. It's just like I like it, but there's just something off or whatever about it. We'll see. PK, I'm finding participating in the scavenger hunts twice a month hits my mental quota for outside reading. I've had more hits than misses so far. The odds have been in my favor. Very Hunger Games.
For the next 3 months, there's only going to be one scavenger hunt.
Over the next 3 months?
Yeah, because Tiffany's wanting to do the cheese shop mysteries, and so that's going to take a Sunday. And then Melmac was doing a read along of she had people pick out a book series that's only got 3 in it and everything, and it starts this month, and so it'll be for the next 3 months. And I'm like, we're running out of Sundays.
Yeah.
So because of the cheese shop one, we had to downgrade, and she had that put in. So we have one scavenger hunt. So we're moving one of the scavenger hunts from July to August. So the scavenger hunt for July will be summer themed, since it's July. And then the one I think was to read a book in your favorite series. I think we're going to be transferring to August. So.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. And Pamela says, happy 4th, everyone. My goal today is to finish The Road to Forgiveness by Lee Bale. A love-inspired romance. I'm enjoying it so far. Very nice. Thanks. Mary Jo said, hey, just stopping by to say happy 4th of July and hitting the thumbs up. Thank you so much, Mary Jo. I hope you're having a very nice happy 4th as well. Michelle said, made it through the first chapter of The Magnolia Sisters by Michelle Major. Excellent. Can't wait to see what you think about that one. Excuse me. And Lauren said, happy 4th. Family just left after our barbecue, so now I can finally relax, maybe even finish my coffee from this morning. Yeah, I went to go bike ride with my sister earlier, and her town is so that all-American, small town type of thing. I could not even get into the town to go to her house. I had to go some back way that's not even really a road to get there.
That's funny.
Yeah, but I was glad the whole time we were bike riding. they wrapped it all up and they were done. So
we usually go Mondays and Fridays is a Hardee's run for coffee club thing. And usually when we get there, there's like hardly anybody there. And we pulled in and Dad's like, my goodness, where all these people come from?
yeah.
And I said, Dad, it's Friday for one. It's usually a tiny bit busier, but I said, it's the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Like, well, he's like, they've got our spot. Because we have a certain area that we sit in, and there was a bunch of older guys and everything. And I was like, well, they probably aren't doing anything. Decided to get together for coffee in the morning or whatever. But they left before my friend Larry got there. And so, of course, after they left, Dad's grabbing his stuff and transferring and going.
Of course. I want my seat back.
Okay. So I had to pick my sandwich up and try to carry it over there.
People get very into their routines and they don't want them messed with.
Yes. I thought he was going to come unglued because they were in his.
Nope. Hannah said made it to 35%. Agent got to 74. Angel, I am at chapter 6 of Canyon Killer by Cindy Myers. Kat said, I did nothing on my to-do list. I've been chatting through text with my friend, making tea now, and eating leftover roasted potatoes. Thank you for the reminder that I have roasted potatoes in the fridge that I would love to eat tonight. Thank you for that. And you know what? Chatting with your friend isn't a waste of time, so you can do your to-do list later. I know that I'll say that on a Friday. On Saturday, I would be encouraging you to get your list done. But for today, enjoy.
Yeah. I've been yawning this whole time, too, because somebody decided that fireworks at like 1 o'clock in the morning was the thing to do. It was quiet all the way up until like 1 o'clock. And then boom, 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 boom.
That's when they have to. And here's the thing is when it's not the like pretty make designs, it's just the loud boom ones. It's like, what's the point in even doing those? I don't get it.
And not living in the country, they can boom, boom them at all times of
All
the
night.
night. So,
yeah, true. Pamela's at 67%. Nadine went from 50 to 59%. That's good. Tina thought about reading. Well, I mean, you're doing something. And Sherry said, decided to go on with audiobooks since I need to do the dishes. Ticket to the World by Martin Kemp got 14%. Nice. Christina, but rearranging some shelves instead. My brain is a little scrambled. It's productivity. You do what works for you.
Yeah.
That's it. Sharon is in the middle of a British crime thriller by Ruth Mancini. Very nice. Nadine, Stormy, I was thinking of you yesterday when I was at Walmart picking through the day-old bakery cart. They had French bread loaves for 39 cents.
oh, wow. 39 cents. Ours is like 69 cents. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Agent said, I also like Jessica's prompts for her quarterly readathon weekends, like yellow on the cover. She said, I don't care if you put a post-it on the book, it counts. I like that.
That's the kind I like right there.
You make it work for you, however. Agent, yellow post-it, I love it. Yeah. And to Esther Jane says to Michelle, love the Magnolia Sisters. Yes, I'm so glad that you brought
So
that.
is it like a women's fiction type?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Hannah said, there's been fireworks going off since 8 a.m. Don't know how they can see them when the sun's out, but not my money. There you go. True. I don't see why during the daytime.
I just now started hearing some boom, booms, boom. But I'm thinking they're probably just regular fireworks, like the firecrackers or whatever, and pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
Type stuff.
Yeah, I agree. If you're not going to get to see them, what's the
So
point?
far, Dresden hasn't heard them, and that's the good thing because she will absolutely start shaking. And so tonight's going to be fun.
That's the part with the animals. It's like, come on. Yeah. Esther Jane, I'm now starting Fireflies and Family Ties, number 3, South Carolina Sunset series by Rachel Hanna.
Awesome.
Very popular author. Lauren said, oh, those French loaves make the best pizzas. Yes, they do. And they started here about an hour ago, and I thought the same thing.
That pizza thing, that's exactly, I got a loaf the other day. I think it's the Italian loaf because it's bigger maybe. It's a little longer anyway. So I'm thinking, little pizzas. I can put the things on it, some sauce.
Exactly. Those are even like when you get them in like the frozen section, the Stofers or whatever. The French bread ones are my favorite ones too. So
Yeah, they had French bread one time on the sale rack or whatever, and it was so good. And I keep looking for it and hoping it'll be back there. It's not. But I'm like, I mean, I could just go ahead and get it. You get like two like little loaves or whatever in a bag together, and they're over in their bakery section. And I mean, it's like $3.94 or something like that. And I only like would use one every now and then. I kept it in the freezer and pull one out when I like had a pasta dish or something, and it lasted quite a long time. And I'm like, it must sell out really well, so it's not on the day after.
yeah, they sell out what they make. That's true too. We're at Cat. I enjoyed my text conversation. However, my son Andrew and I talked for 2.5 hours on the phone earlier. I'm just a social butterfly. The funny thing is, I'll see Andrew tomorrow for a barbecue. Yeah, but you know what? A phone conversation and a barbecue with other people, two different conversations. So, Sherry said, I'll have to text Kyra later to find out Darla is doing once the noises start. Yeah, same with my sister. Her dog will be going crazy. Aw, poor Dresden. Vicky said, I always pass along for pets. Liquid melatonin works. It's safe for them, and you can get it at the grocery stores. Yeah, that's a good tip. Lauren said, yeah, I swipe up a few at a time and toss them in the freezer for a quick lunch. Just take it out in the AM and it'll defrost by lunch. The kids are always excited when I show up with a big bag full. Nice. And Kat said, the fireworks are terrorizing my dog Bailey and making my dog Luna bark.
Yeah.
Tuna's not phased. He's 15 years old and doesn't hear the best. It's probably better. You don't have to worry about every dog, just a couple. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'm going to go right back into sprints again because we're at like 12, so we're close to the 15 mark. You want to go up to the top of the hour again?
Sure.
All right, sounds good. And Cajun said poor Bailey too. Yes. All right, so we'll be back at the top of the hour. Happy reading and being productive, Kat. How'd everybody do? I got to 80%, so I'm confident I can finish this in the next one.
Okay, so I finished editing, and then I decided to upload it so I can put it on my computer so then I can erase it from my phone and free up some space.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot I listened to my audiobooks on there. So so I got out The Bargain Bride by Flora Kid and reading on it. I'm liking this one so far. I'm 36 pages into it, so
nice.
It might just be like one of the picks that I just keep on reading from the ones that I've been looking at, because I had like a whole stack of retros, and my goal was to like read the first chapter and decide which ones I wanted to read, but I'm kind of liking this one so far, and
okay.
That's the top of the pile anyway.
Just go with it. Exactly. There you go. Let's see where we're reading. Angel Wolf said, I feel for all the dogs. Yes, true. And Cajun said, I always feel bad for the animals you can't explain to them. Yeah, that's true. And Kat said, yes, she was traumatized by the bad weather, and now all loud sounds scare her. And Esther said, Haley, I seen where Ellen Hildebrand with her Shelby Cunningham have a book academy coming out October 14th. That's with her daughter. Yes, I'm very excited for that one. So hopefully it'll be as good as the Ellen Hildebrand books. I know it's not taking place on Nantucket. It's taking place in Massachusetts, but I'm still looking forward to that one.
Is it taking place somewhere else because maybe that's where her daughter lives or something? Or?
Massachusetts, and it's like, going to take place at like a boarding school or a school of some kind. So I'm wondering, I mean, I don't know if that's going to be like dark academia or just like, I guess we're going to find out. I'm excited to try it out though. And then Cajun said, finish my book, 5 stars. I just love her stories. They're so sweet and easy and happy, and they just calm my brain.
See, now we can officially call this a reading sprint. Cajun finished the book.
Exactly. Oh no, I lost my spot. Okay. Michelle said to Esther, I just got onto the Ellen Hildebrand train listening to her Winter in Paradise. I really like it so far. The Winter in Paradise is a good series because that actually takes place in the Virgin Islands for the most part. I believe it's Virgin Islands. And Esther said, I read a few of her books, but I remembered Lee really like her book. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you need somebody to recommend where you go to in Hildebrand, it'd probably be Lee.
Yes. I actually have to try to get to Swan Song, her last book.
Have you ever did like a ranking of like her books?
No, I've thought about doing that though, because I'm like, but I don't want to rank them. I love them all. That's not true. There are some that I'm like, they're okay, but yeah, for the most part. She also has a series called Winter Street. It does take place on Nantucket, but during the winter, they're usually like Christmas holiday ones. It's about this family called the Quins. So that's like if you just wanted a different type of, instead of like the beach vibes thing. That's a good one. Lauren said, I was able to get my workout done while listening to Flirtation or Face Off. Now I'm cross-stitching and listening to Terms and Conditions. Total read 3 chapters between the 2 books. That's excellent. And you got a workout in? Good. Angel's halfway through chapter 7, and Sherry got to 30%. And cut strawberries for a strawberry shortcake. I love a strawberry shortcake. Love that. Hannah made it to 44%. You're almost halfway through. And Cajun said to Kat, poor baby, glad she has you to take care of her. Yeah, for sure. And Michelle said, making chocolate chip cookies and finished another chapter. Oh, you guys are doing good stuff. I have to get productive on the next one, not just reading. And Pamela said, got to 82%. And Hannah said, Lee, have you tried Carly Fortune? Her books remind me of Ellen Hildebrand, but in Canada. No, I have not. And it's funny because in one of the book clubs I'm in, they just read one last summer or whatever the most recent book was. And I didn't jump on it because I couldn't get it. But I've been hearing a lot about her. So maybe I do have to give her a try and pick up something by her. Esther Jane said, seeing as I graduated high school in 1967, I think it was not summer of 69. Yes, that was that had a significance to Ellen Hildebrand as well. So I know what you're talking about, and that was a good one as well. And Kat said, I finally took a picture of my July TBR and posted it on Instagram. About to post it on Discord. I'm trying to finish my last book off my June TBR. Now's the perfect time to get them done. Wrap it up. And also just randomly speak, I don't know what made that click to me. I believe I have a buddy read with Michelle for this month. We're doing the Frida McFadden. Are we doing that this month or are we doing that one next month? Pretty sure it was this month. So that's what I've been reading a lot of this year is Frida McFadden.
Yeah, I still only read the one, The Housemaid. That's the only one I read.
I thought that was a really good one, though. I recently.
It was okay. I just thought, like, why did I start off with one that ended up being like, what, 4 books or something? Now?
Yeah.
It's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a. I think I jumped on that train a little bit late, but I still thought it was really good.
Leave it to me to pick the one book that
none of the standalones,
like a series.
Yeah,
when she has all these standalones, whatever. So.
And I didn't realize she had that many books out. I'm surprised by that. Yeah, that's
because it's like she has all these books, but I feel like it's just been in the last couple of years she's gotten super popular.
Yeah, that's what, because I had just recently heard about her the past couple of years, I was shocked that she had this many books. I'm like, but that also goes on to show that, you know, the overnight success didn't just start overnight. You know, she's been going at it for a while.
She worked at it to get there, and it had that one book. Or couple of books that really hit it really popular, then it made her popular. Then now everybody's reading her back stuff and talking about all of her books, and
yeah, for sure. Come on. Michelle said, "Oh, Kat, I will go take a look." See, and Esther said, "I knew so much that was in the book." Yeah, one of the things I like about like the last few books that she's done, but particularly in the Summer of '69, is that she starts it off with like saying all the things that were going on at the time, you know, like, I don't know what they all were, like landing on the moon and Woodstock and all these, like, so she kind of tells you like all the things that were going on. So I like that because it kind of like set you in the scene of like cool. What was going on in the world and then like narrowed it down into like, we're back on Nantucket. So that was kind of cool how she like did that, I thought. And then Kat said, Summerween starts tomorrow. So what is Summerween? Is just like Halloween, but in the summer?
Yeah, Gabby from Gabby Reads, I think, started it. And she has several, like she has Winterween and Summerween.
Okay.
It's kind of like, you know, a reason to read some spooky books during different seasons or whatever. Right.
Maybe she has to, maybe she has to do a Springween too, or maybe she does.
I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe that's when she takes a break. We don't need to do it all the time. So that'd be cool. And I believe we have somebody's birthday coming up next week. Are you planning anything special?
Not really.
No.
Is
this a big birthday for you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or just ignore it.
No, I look at birthdays now with that is you're starting back over. Don't look at the first number. Look at the second number. You're back at 0 again.
Flip it around and I'm like 5.
You're back at 0. You have all this time now. You're fine.
Today I splurged and got myself a couple of books when we were because I'm like, that's my birthday. I'll let myself spend a little bit of money. And then Dad got me a book and everything. But yeah, I'm not really doing anything because we don't really have a lot of money to do anything. So it's a Friday. I'll be at Hardee's in the morning.
As long as
I was thinking about, you know, that's why I said like I was thinking about doing like some sprints or something like that, but I don't know yet.
Why not? You should.
Yeah, we'll see. That's like my computer though, is what. Yeah. I'm worried that my computer will like mess up in the middle of like it did today. So
let's see. Maybe we'll.
Because I did sprints. I did really long sprints last time for my birthday, which I learned that I'm not very good at trying to do it on my own because I get like super nervous.
I get that too. Yeah, believe me, coming back into this right now, I'm like, I don't even remember how to use StreamYard. I don't. I'm like, this is a lot. I couldn't even remember. If I told you, I couldn't even remember the name of the site. I'm like, where do we go to do this? I don't even remember. Wait a minute. Kat said, I'm reading The Housemaid for Summerween. I can't wait to see what you think about it. I thought it was good.
Yeah, it was different.
Mm-hmm. And she said, I love birthdays. What day is it, Storm?
The 11th.
7-Eleven. Do you have 7-Elevens by you? You could go get a free Slurpee. No, you don't have a 7-Eleven by you?
Mm-hmm.
No? Okay.
No, but it is funny because my brother's like, I think 4 years older. And there was a time when we were 7-Eleven or whatever. And
Oh, that's cool.
we always thought that was fun. But yeah.
And Esther said, yes, my error, and we weren't the chapter's song of the times. Yes, that's it. Yes, that was it too. Like each chapter had a song that was current. Norm, you're still so young. Well, compared to me.
Yeah.
50 is not old. Come on.
My dad,
Not old.
I had to literally do the math for him on my phone and show it to him because he refused to believe he was 77. He still thought he was 76. And I'm like, no, you had a birthday, Dad. You're 77. He goes, I know. And I'm 76. I go, no, you had a birthday.
It doesn't work like that.
I'm like, you were born in 1948. You were 77. So I had to do the math. I took 20, 25, 19.
And he's like, no.
It says,
no.
right? And he's like, well, thanks for ruining my day.
But like it's just ages. It's just how you feel. That to me makes all the difference. Like we have some girl at work. I mean, she's under 30 and she's acting like life is over. Like I think she's like, honestly, I think she's like 26, about to turn 27 this year. And she's like, can you believe it? I'm like, do you want to trade places? Because you're not anywhere near as old as you think you are. You're really not.
Yeah, it's like when you hear like those in their 20s are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to be 25. And it's like, yeah.
You're like, shut up.
Like 25 more years.
And then I have a lady at work who I want to say she's 65 and she's like super athletic, super fit. She's always doing stuff. And she's like doing these huge hikes with her sons and always doing something new. And I'm like, that's what's keeping you young.
Well, it's like, yeah, because like I have aches and pains all over and I'm only 50. And like, my friend, like Pam, when we went to Silver Dollar City like a couple years ago, she about ran me ragged. And she's 82.
See?
And she was up and down these hills, and I'm I gotta sit down and rest. Is there some water? And I'm like, oh my goodness. I was so tired by the time we got done with that, and she looked just fine.
Yeah, she's like, you want to go again tomorrow? And you're like, no, I want to go to the hospital or lay down. It's like, no, I get it. I get it. And did I lose? Come on, Hannah. The Housemaid was fun. Yes, it was. Parts of it were a little bit over the top, but in a lot of these stories, sometimes I feel like you suspend a little bit of belief for that, disbelief, whatever. Kat said, I'd sprint with you, Stormy, if you want to host, depending if I'm available. I'm January 11th. Well, you guys are 11s. There you go.
Yeah, my brother's birthday is August the 11th.
I knew another family like that. Like everybody was on the 5th. The mom, the husband, the mom and dad, and then both daughters were on.
And my cousin, who he's the same age as me, except for I am 3 months and 11 days older than him because he was born October 11th.
Look at that. See? Had a lot of 11s over there. And Esther said, I forget all the time as 1949 is an odd number, so you have a way of going up a year. Yeah, my brother's born in 1980, so he's like, that was an easy one to always remember how old I'm going to be. I'm like, no, born in 2000 is an easy way to remember how old you are all the time.
Yeah.
That's the easy one. And Cajun said, 20 was the only number to bother me. I walked around the dorm for 2 weeks going 2 decades.
30 bothered me, actually. I don't know why. I guess it's because I felt like now I'm officially kind of like older because I was 30. or whatever. Because like you're in your 20s, you still feel like pretty young and all that stuff. And then 30 hit. So I took a cruise. That was my first and only ever cruise, and I turned 30 while I was on the cruise.
That's very cool. That's very cool. I remember being on a cruise, and a girl was turning 21, and it was like the night that they have like the big dinner and like the formal thing or whatever. And she had on this like almost like Cinderella dress, and she turned 21. So that was cool to watch for her. But yeah, that's cool though. Like you were on there when you had your birthday. Yeah, said, I love the books where you have to suspend disbelief. I don't have to use too much brain power. That's true. That's very true.
That's how I feel with a lot of middle grade books. Like, you really kind of got to, like, suspend your disbelief that this, like, 12-year-old is a spy running around and everything and jumping off of all these places and stuff.
See, where I'm looking at it is like, wow, this 13-year-old kid's this, like, master hacker, and I have to, like, pull out my calculator to do math. You know what I mean? I'm like...
Yeah.
You know, he's like super genius. Or the ones where you're fighting like, you know, you're fighting an ancient Latin American monster or something like that. But that's what you love about them at the same time, too.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was like, because it's like, you suspend your disbelief. They're kind of silly, kind of fun. But, you know, they're nice palate cleansers for, you know, I just read this gritty crime novel where some horrible things just happened to these people. So.
Yeah. Well, I get that one, too. Mr. Jason, and technically I have lived like in 8 decades.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if you're thinking of it like, and then as each one goes. A lot
of things have happened in your lifetime.
That's more so. I don't even think of it as much like think about all the things that have happened within that time.
Yeah.
Like I forget, somebody was talking about something about being like, having something as a kid or bringing cell phones into school and like how that's like a big debate at my boss's kids' school. Like, should they have them? Should they have to keep them in their locker? Should they have to put them in like a box when they come in the classroom?
I technically don't think kids have cell phones at all, but that's just me.
We come from a generation of like, well, what if something bad happens? I'm like, we didn't have any of that and we were fine. We were out there living life and, you know.
But I think, do they need smartphones? I think they can get a flip phone so they can call their parents if something happens, and that's all they need. They don't need all that gadgetry that goes with it. They just need the phone to call home. Well, and that would have been a good thing to have whenever we were younger. You know, we didn't have to like find the nearest payphone or whatever it is to call. You know, it's like you just flip it open, call your parents, say, "Can you come get me?"
Well, but I think that's also where we learned a lot of creativity because I don't know about you, but we would make that collect call where, you know, it's like, what's your name? And you're like, come pick me up here, click, you know, and then your parents would come get you. Well, my mom,
like, I'm on such and such street.
Exactly. You had to come up with a creative way around it.
Yeah.
Cajun said, I read cozies. I'm an expert at suspending belief. But that's the part of that's part of it. If not, we would just all read, you know, very realistic.
I've been having a hard time with that lately with Cozy's Cajun, though.
Well, you know, I have a problem thinking that your magical cat has the embodies the essence of your grandmother who's helping you solve a mystery. I'm not that one. Not that one.
Yeah, I did read like one of them. It only went 3 books, and I never could find the first 2 were on audio, and so I listened to them, but I never got to the 3rd one because it's really hard to find because it just didn't do very well, and it's really hard to find. But it had a bunny rabbit that talked to the person's like in their mind, like not out loud, but they could hear the rabbit talking. Yeah, and I was like, this is a little weird. But then it was kind of like, but it's a rabbit, not like a dog or a cat. So it was kind of
so it made it different.
Yeah.
See, that's where they just threw in the difference for it. And he said, hi, all. I'm reading The Secret of Mirror Bay and Nancy Drew. Hello, hello. And Esther Jane said, in kindergarten, we were still learning how to tie our shoes in class.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember when my brother was in kindergarten and Velcro sneakers had just become a thing. And like us making fun of him, like, oh, you're never going to learn to tie your shoes if you have Velcro. And now, who cares?
And now there's all kinds of them. Like they don't even have like laces. You just slip them on or whatever.
Exactly, the slip-on ones. Exactly. Or as I don't know about you, but all the kids around here wear white or black high socks with slides. I'm not even going to go tacky, but whatever.
Yeah.
Cajun said, oh, yeah, the collect call from a random name to say I made it back to the dorm. There you go. Exactly. That's how you used to do it.
Yeah.
So doing black and white TV going to color. Whoa, that was another one.
Yeah, that would probably be like really cool. But I got to watch black and white TV and colored like at the same time, because when I was growing up, my grandmother and grandpa they had a black and white TV. They did not. I don't think they went colored for like a long time. It was black and white and everything. And so when I was over there, we watched like all the black and white stuff and everything. So Andy Griffith and all them, black and white and stuff, and then go home and watch colored TV. So
There you go.
it's like I got the best of both worlds there, Got to experience it.
Watched a lot of, I remember like my grandmother telling me like how weird it was for people to find out that Lucille Ball was a redhead because you never saw that on TV. So.
Well, and what about? I mean, some people in the chat might know. Like, what? Some of them might have actually been on the end of the whole listening to the stories on the radio,
yes,
and then going to TV.
That's true too.
My dad talks about that a lot. How he used to like listen to Superman and Long John Silver's and stuff. And Dragnet scared him because of the voice of the Dragnet guy was like so deep it used to scare him.
Yes, it has like technology especially has changed completely over all this time. And Angel said, a telepathic bunny. What series, Storm?
I don't remember. I'll have to look it up just a second. I think I can remember one of the titles from. I think it's the Jules and Bun series, but I'm not.
Look it up. We'll do some more comments.
Yeah.
Sherry says Kyra didn't get her first phone until she was 13. Even then, she could only call me, her uncle, or 911. Yeah. That's how it should be, though.
Yep.
And Cajun said, as much as I love animals, I don't want them talking to anyone or solving crimes in my book. Thank you, Cajun.
Yeah, it's called the Jules and Bun Mystery Series by J.M. Griffin. And the first one's called Left 4 Dead.
And he said, you really have to suspend belief in Nancy Drew books, which I didn't realize as a child. No one could be that talented. There you go. And that's why, her and the Hardy Boys teaming up, it was just,
Yeah.
the magnificence of, 3 teenagers. And Cajun said, and we were the remote control. Get up and turn the TV and turn to channel 5. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I remember I had to get up and it's like, clunk, 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 clunk. It always made like
those dials were heavy back then. Yeah.
They were like,
yep. And as Jay said, transistor radio. Yep, that was another one.
It's like even we went from like the huge boom boxes, to now it's like all right there in your little phone.
A little thing. Yep. Yeah, or just a little thing you put in your ear and that's it. Totally different now. But all right, we went a little past my time, so it's 23. So we will. I'm trying to be productive here. I like chatting, but I'm trying to be productive too.
It's fine. I will probably be downstairs cooking some supper. So if I'm a little late coming back, that's probably why.
It's all good, totally fine. Esther said, and the shadow knows.
Yes, that would always say that. Yes.
All right, everyone. Happy reading. Be back at the top of the hour. Okay, we're back. How did you guys do? I made a little snack and I got to 84% and did a little bit of bills. I'm going to have to, on my next sprint, switch and do a couple other things, including Atomic Habits, which I really need to get into the next chapter, and I haven't yet. I'm going to make it happen. So thank you once again, Kat, for pushing me for that. I'm going to get into it. All right, let's see where we were. Oh, and Angel said, I remember switching from dial-up modem to high-speed internet. Yes, there's another one too. And Sherry said, when I was younger, I listened to all the baseball games on the radio. Now with no cable, I'm back to and I'm loving it. I don't know if this was just something that they did. I remember going to baseball games and men would have like a sheet where they would like write little codes of something, and that like told you everything that happened during the baseball game. I mean, maybe people could still do it now, but I always remember that, like, that each like little thing told you the whole story of the game. Esther Jane said, I was in the Dick and Jane books. And Annie said to Angel, I kind of missed that dialing noise. It was the sound of your computer working. Yes, that's true. Cajun said, I love coincidental seasonal reading. A character in my book just said 4th of July celebration next weekend. That's awesome. Didn't even try for it, and it just happened. Michelle said, yay for our buddy Readly. We can start anytime that works for you. I'm really excited for it. Okay, perfect. Let me get through this weekend of the Weekend Hustle, and then we will jump into that one. Angel said to Annie, yes, I think of it that way too. And Michelle said, Etley, I used to use that collect call trick too. That's so funny. Yes. We also used to do before, like, call waiting, you would do an emergency breakthrough and just say your name, and then the person would decline it, but then they knew that you were waiting to call them so they could get off the phone. That was like the way of letting somebody know you wanted to talk instead of just getting the busy signal. Which also, we were just talking about this at work the other day, how a diss that people used to say to you would be like, oh, do you know Tone? And somebody would be like, who? And be like, dial Tone, and hang up on them. But now I realized when I was making a call the other day from my phone that there is, like, my cell phone, there is no more dial tone, because I hit the button to call and then I just put the phone in my ear and I'm waiting and nothing's happening. I'm like, oh yeah, you need to hit send after that. But back in the day, you didn't have to do that. PK said, made a mug of coffee. My brain was saying, you know, we've usually had at least one more by this time. Fair warning, headache could ensue. Message received. I get that. I get that one. And you're just doing the maintenance and preventing yourself from getting that headache. So you had no choice but to do it. Pamela said, got to 91% and had a phone chat with my mom. All right, you're going to finish on the next sprint for sure. You got this. Cajun said, got to 25% of answers in the Ashes. The Inn at Holiday Bay, number 34. Are you kidding me, Cajun? We're already at 34? Man, she is like a writing machine, considering that's like only one of the series. Her and Tanya Kappas, man, they go battle each other for who could get the most books out. Sherry said, got to 42%, cut the chicken for dinner. You got the hard part out of the way now. We can move on. And Hannah made it to 52%. All right, you're over the halfway mark. You got this. Esther Jane, I went on a delete photo off my phones on iPad. Delete photo off my phone on iPad. Way too many not needed. Yeah, that's how I feel too. How'd you do, Storm? You need a second as well?
I fixed Dad his supper because he was having something different from me. I'm having leftovers from yesterday, but there wasn't quite enough. And he prefers to have pork chops and fried potatoes and all that stuff anyway, so that's what I fixed him. And I'm like, I'll get my food on the next round. And I got to 11% into Emma.
Okay.
Which is not really that far considering it's like an 18-hour audio.
But still, progress.
Yeah, and then I was going to switch over to the Raymond Chandler book, but then I didn't have time. So
Kat said she's dilly-dallying. I love the word dilly-dally. Another word I automatically think of when I think of dilly-dally is gallivanting, because no matter whatever you were doing, no matter what you were doing, you were gallivanting. If you left the house, my grandmother always said you were gallivanting, and gallivanting always meant you were up to no good, no matter what you were doing. So
shenanigans is what that reminds me of.
there's another one. Yep. There's another one. Christine said, I read some, then I realized two things. One, I have no idea what I read, and two, I'm reading the wrong book for today.
Oops.
That happens. Books and things with Alicia. Hi, Alicia. Hello, late, just joining. I was having 4th of July barbecue with my family, so full now. I'll be gathering and working on my junk journal idea I had, or I may read or diamond paint, not sure yet. All right, well, you have time to think of something. I hope you enjoyed the barbecue with your family. And I would love to see your junk journal if you want to share it. Sherry said you can still score the baseball games here in Milwaukee. Okay. I was saying before about how people, like I remember going to games when I was a kid, baseball games, and the men would have like this little score sheet thing where they would just like make little marks, and all the marks meant like strike or whatever throughout the whole game. And like just by reading that sheet, they could tell you the whole game of what happened.
That's cool.
It's cool to know they're still doing it. Christine said, now about to go to the store to get some watermelon for grill day, not grilling the watermelon. Okay.
That sounds so yummy. Now it makes me wish we would have went to Walmart and I could have got me one.
I feel you, because I'm like, I want watermelon too. And yesterday said, I even ran a switchboard at a company I worked at. Funny, so did I. I used to work overnight at a switchboard thing, and I thought that was... I was so excited that I was still able to do that job, so I thought that was fun too. And I worked it overnight, and sometimes I would fall asleep, and this guy who ran a bus company, he would like call and wake me up in the morning, so I was up for the morning calls. Nadine said, I love keeping score during a baseball game. Good, I'm glad to know it's like still happening. Kat said, I'm hopping off. Thanks for the Sprinsley. Good evening, friends. I hope you're having a great rest of your day. Are we hydrating? We are.
I did. I got me some more water.
Yes.
I drink more water during the summer than any other time, I think.
I agree. Yeah, it's definitely that time. A fabulous evening. Alicia said, as it just so happens, I am hydrated. It's got me a water. There you go.
Cool.
The agent said, I miss being able to forcefully hang up the phone. I'm aggressively pressing the end call button. Just doesn't have the same effect. No.
Yeah, slamming the phone just hitting that button, it's not the same.
No. There's zero satisfaction out of that. So
because you know on the other end they're hearing that or whatever, because the dial tone, or whatever. You don't get that on there. You hang up. There's nothing.
That's it. Yeah, that's what we're saying. And even like even with a flip phone, there was a satisfaction of smacking it shut.
Yeah,
now it's nothing. Nothing. Angel said, I got to partway through chapter 8. All right, so you got another chapter done. Okay, so yay for hydration, Alicia. And he got to 68%. Agent said, Alicia is starting a new Holiday Bay series this month, Bakery at Holiday Bay.
Wow.
I made a spreadsheet to keep track of all the Bay series. I know you're not joking because you really need one for her stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what she's on number 34 of the Holiday Bay one, not to mention all the other ones that she's written.
Yeah, I heard that was coming in. I was like, oh my gosh.
It's crazy. OPK, yes. Or lollygagging. That is another one, yes. Angel, yes, at Cajun about the button pushing. And the Cajun, up to no good, always makes me think of Jeff Foxworthy and Naked versus Naked. Yes. Yes. And Alicia said, Dilly Dally makes me think of Bingo and Raleigh from Puppy Dog Pals cartoon my kids used to watch. Dilly Dally. Mm-hmm. I have never done one, so this is my first attempt of junk journaling. But I have all of these bits and bobs, and I want to use them for something. I like that idea. Put it to use and just make something. And Esther Jane said, when I was first learning it, I cut off the manager company phone call. Yikes. I worked for Will and Bonham Candle Company. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Mine was like a answering service, and it was a bunch of different companies. There was like the bus company, the funeral company, a gas company. There was just a bunch of different things. So it'd be doctors, everything. So it'd just be different phone calls, which was part of what I liked.
Okay, Esther Jane, I want to know, did you eavesdrop on people's conversations?
There you go. And Annie said, and the old phones were practically indestructible, so you could slam them. Oh, yes, you could. You could throw that at the wall, slam it, and it was totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah. All right, should we jump into the next one and just start going? Because like I was saying, I was reading some messages that Kat put up in her Discord, so I know I need to start getting into the Atomic Habits. I'm just avoiding it. I know I need to get there.
Sure, and that'll give me time to go back downstairs and fix my suppers.
Yep, go ahead. So, as Alicia said, they don't make things like they used to. No, they do not.
No, they don't.
All right, let's get back into it, and we will be back at the top of the hour. How'd you do? I'm at 88%.
I ate, and I think I'm 9% into the Philip Marlowe #2 by Raymond Chandler. I think it's called Farewell, My Lovely, but I can't remember.
And what did you eat?
I had leftovers from yesterday. Yesterday, I experimented with, I had a half a pound of turkey meat, and so I mixed it with some red kidney beans that we had, and then I put the sloppy Joe mix over the top of it. So,
Okay.
and then put it on bread and made sloppy joes that way with just a little bit of meat to try to. So I made 2 meals out of 1 pound of meat instead of using just 1 pound. So
Nice.
try to make it stretch.
Yeah, I do that a lot too when I make chili. I'll always add like rice to it too, like in the bowl to just kind of make it.
Yeah, see, the first half of the ground turkey, I made a rice dish with it and added black beans to it and everything. And then, so this one, I did the beans with it again, but made sloppy joes.
And you changed up the beans, so you're like using the same main, more expensive
Yeah,
ingredients.
that's why I said my only problem is the kidney beans are bigger, and I'm not a huge bean person, so I think I would have preferred the smaller beans, like the black beans in that or something, than the kidney beans. But I let Dad pick, and he said kidney beans.
But you guys are like me and Marcus. I love the kidney beans. He would rather black beans too. So, but that's good. You're making it work, so that works. Let's see what we got. Alicia said they don't make things like they used to. Yes, true. Annie, I worked at a cord board too. It was an old factory. I remember the wood floors.
Well, that's cool.
And Esther Jane said, well, no, as it was very busy, no time, LOL. But sometimes I wished.
I think about that whenever I would watch When Calls the Heart, because they had just gotten a switchboard into the town or whatever. And the one person that you want to give the switchboard to is like Gossip Central or whatever. So she's always like, wanting to listen to what's going on.
That's funny. Even in the book I'm reading right now, it's all the HR people from different companies just got together and are doing all this gossip. And it's like, you guys are the HR people, but, probably the worst ones. So, Michelle said, made the munchkins some dinner and started watching Twister. I'm going to go work on my to-do list for the upcoming week and try to get a few more chapters of the Magnolia Sisters. She said, hope you all have an amazing weekend. Thanks for the sprint and chat, Lee and Storm. Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of your day. PK. And so it begins. Huge bomb of a mortar went off. Shake the house kind. Our subdivision is outside city limits, so we're ground zero for tons of big stuff all night long. Not yet 5 p.m. here.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with here, because we're out in the country, so there's no cutoff time. And yeah, we get the big booms. Yeah. And sometimes I'm like, did you all go in debt? Because they'll go on for hours. And I remember it's like, you buy like $50 to $100 worth, and it was like 15 minutes. Whoop, we're done. And
exactly.
It goes on for hours and hours and hours. So it's like, you've got to have like thousands of dollars worth of, I understand some people, the whole family gets together, everybody buys some. So you have a lot more that way, but still.
I just don't find it that fun for hours and hours. You know what I mean? Like you said, 15 minutes.
I don't even really care to watch it anymore. No. If we were invited to somebody's house and they were doing them, then we probably would or whatever. But yeah, like that hasn't happened in a while. My cousin used to invite us whenever her kids were smaller. We used to go over to her house and watch them, but nobody invites us to things. But it's okay.
Yeah, you're like, I'm fine. My cat is hiding under the bed because of the fireworks. Like Storm said, it isn't even dark yet. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Angel, I'm at chapter 11, halfway through the book. Awesome.
Cool.
Even Hannah made it to 60%. You're getting there for sure. And Cajun got to 47%. And Alicia, I went through all of my bits and bobs and stickers, and I'm thinking about starting my junk journal with rainbow colors and see how those pages turn out, then go from there. I think that's a good idea. Just start with your basic and then...
Did you see Kat's pages? She'd done her scrapbooking pages?
No, I have to go back in and look at them.
They're like really cool. And I'm like, I could do that kind of scrapbooking.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look now.
I like those. They didn't look very hard. She had them in like the like little plastic things, and I know I think she has some she does that are raised, but these didn't look raised. They were just like photos, and then she had like places where she could type out something and then put that there to like talk about what was going on and all that stuff. Because I tried to do like too fancy of like scrapbooking, I think, whenever I was trying to do it, and it just seemed like an awful lot of work. But that doesn't seem like it's as I liked it. I thought it was very clean and everything. And
Yeah.
I really liked
No,
it.
I'm gonna have to take a look. I did see somebody on there. I think Eleanor. She did like some cards. So I'll go back in and I'll look when we go on the next sprint. Yeah, I love stuff like that. So put it together, Alicia. Let us see. Nadine said, I got to 85% in my book. I'm so confident I'll finish it today. Fireworks haven't started yet. You're going to have it done today for sure. And Sherry said, got to 57%, took a shower, and I'm head off to the game. Starts in 5 minutes. I hope you have a great time. And Cajun said, I used to tell my cats there's going to be big booms, but you'll be okay. It's outside, hoping maybe they'd understand somehow. Usually they were all snuggled up to me, though.
I try to tell that to Dresden that she's going to be okay, that it's not going to hurt her when she's shaking so hard that it's like my bed is vibrating.
That's it. Like, you don't realize. Like, I didn't realize that the first time I watched my sister's dog and it happened, she was like vibrating, and I'm like, what's going on? And then I realized it was the fireworks. Yeah. And she put those pages on Discord. Okay, I'll take a look. All right, you want to do another sprint?
Sure.
Okay. I didn't know if you're getting tired of it or what, but
I would probably be sitting and reading anyway, so
that's it. All right, so we'll go again to the top of the hour, and happy reading and productivity. And how'd we do? I finished my book, so I was very happy about that. Now I can move on to the actual books I have planned.
I got to 14% of Farewell, My Lovely. So.
Okay.
And edited my daily reading vlog so that I would only have to insert one more clip and then edit it and I'll be done.
We'll be done. Nice. So where were we at? Oh, and Alicia was saying, I'm sorry, was asking if Kat put those pages on Discord. I didn't see them. Where did you see them at, Storm?
On one of her reading sprints, I think.
Oh, okay.
Things.
I'll have to go back and check them out. Yeah, because I looked, I'm like, I don't see them. I'll take a look on there, though.
Yeah, she was talking about some kind of a company that she likes to use, and I really liked how their layout or whatever. It was really cool. And
okay, I'll take a look
I
back.
don't remember what they were called, but it was kind of
cool. And Esther said Little Home on the Prairie, too. And Christina said, phew, made it back before you finished. Yes, you did. And are we hydrating? Yes, we are. And Cajun said got to 68%. Annie finished my book. Yay. Anna made it to 66 and took a shower. Nice. PK said, been crocheting, watching YouTube, now eating some dinner, hamburger and onion rings. I wanted onion rings today.
I love onion rings.
Mm-hmm, me too. Now, do you like, what's the difference? It's like either the batter or breading on yours.
I think I prefer the batter, but I don't mind either way.
Okay.
Like there's this one place that I was talking about the other day called Iggy's, and it's kind of like a diner type of place, and their onion rings, they're not like just round, onion rings or whatever. When you get them, they come in a pile and everything, and they're like stringy or whatever, and it's very lightly coated with stuff, and like that. There's my favorite kind.
I like those too. Yeah, I like that too. We have a spot over here like that, like just an independent spot that has them like that. I like that.
Yeah, I was telling everybody, I said I want to go visit Lee so she can like take me to all the like diners and dives and all the places, because you guys have all of that stuff there. And everything. I'm like I could do my own version of like,
diner, drive-in and dives.
Yeah.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Yeah, you should anytime. He just said, "Yay, Lee and Annie for finishing." And Nadine said, "Finish my book. It wasn't my favorite in the Blue Ridge Library series. Dragged in the middle. Now I'll continue reading Hello Summer by Mary Kay Andrews." Nice. Yeah, mine was okay too. It was a 3-star for me. They tried to make one of the characters, like the main CEO, he was obsessed with Winston Churchill, and he'd put on these weird outfits and quote him all the time. But there was a point in the book where you just started doing it way too much. It'd be like anything you said, he'd be like, well, as Winston Churchill said, and like he never really answered you. He would just give a quote. It really got annoying after a while.
Yeah, that's like the last Cursed at Dawn by Heather Graham, which was the last in the Blackbird trilogy, which is a spinoff from her Crew of Hunters and things that I said I didn't really care for that one as much. I was curious how it ended, but it just wasn't the best in the trilogy. But it had a lot of that, like one of the ladies was given all this historical information, background information about all this, which is interesting, but boring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not what I'm there for. I'm not there for a history lesson. Yeah. I want you to find this dude who says he's a vampire or whatever. So.
Right. Yeah. You're just like, enough. That's how I felt. I'm like, all right, no one cares. No one guessed that you were cosplaying as Winston Churchill. Like, no one cared. It was so annoying.
What book were you reading?
Very Bad Company by Emma Rosenblum, which I did read last year, a book by her, which I liked it because it was very unlikable characters, which this one was too, but he just got annoying with that. It's like, okay, we get
I
it.
have
He's
a hard
being-
time with very unlikable characters because I need to like the characters to want to read the book. So I have a hard
a
time.
lot of people, yeah.
Like
I don't mind.
Unreliable narrators either.
Yeah, that happens a lot too. Like especially in thrillers, it kind of becomes in question. So yeah. And I said, "Ooh, that's a yummy dinner, PK." Yes, it is.
Yeah.
She said, "Party." Did we miss something? I don't know.
She messed something up on what she was saying earlier.
Maybe I looked, but it doesn't look it. I don't know. Or maybe just party celebrating because people finished. I don't know. Said yes at Nadine. Angel said I had to feed my dogs, and so I only got to 55%. Still progress. She got her party going on.
Party.
Ooh, cornbread batter. Be another one. I like Culver's onion rings with a root beer. Yum. Now you guys are going to make me hungry for onion rings that I didn't get today.
I know. I'm like, all this food that I wish I had around here and I don't have.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't have any of this either.
And it's like, I don't even have an onion to try to make my own.
Right? I prefer batter, but onion rings are good no matter how.
That's it, pretty much.
Yeah, I agree. Culver's onion rings are so good. Of course, we don't have a Culver's here.
I ate at Culver's once. I thought it was okay. I don't really remember. It has been years and years and years ago and everything. Because in the grand scheme of things, if it's not like your favorite place to go eat, you probably not going to go back there because you're going to go to your favorite place instead of going.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like we have a Whataburgers in Joplin now. And that was always like a Texas thing, is a Whataburger and everything. And I remember eating one in Texas when I was down there. And so, but I was like 18 probably or somewhere around there. So, I mean, a long time ago. And I'm like, I want to go try the Whataburgers. And my friend Larry, he's like, it's just a burger joint. And I'm like, I know that, but it's been so long. I'm just curious. Do I still think they taste, because I remember thinking that, wow, this is a like cool burger and everything. Is it still the same, or is it, just like everything else? It's just a burger joint. But we don't get to Joplin very often, so when we do, Dad wants to go to Golden Corral. So that's
Like you try to go to those places when you're there, type of thing.
so you go to your favorite places when you don't go to a place very often. It's either Golden Corral for him, or we go to a town up and go to this place called the East Buffet for me.
Mm-hmm.
I love my Chinese and stuff. So,
yeah, that's you just when you want them. I have places like that too. Like, or if I leave this state and I go somewhere else, and I'm like excited because I know there'll be something that I like in that place.
yeah, and so it's like I could eat the Whataburger, but no, we're probably going to be going to Golden Corral or whatever.
I just want to do it one time.
More times up there or whatever, but like we only go there basically when Dad has doctor's appointment, which is about every 3 months or something like that. So,
and then you feel bad because you just had a doctor's appointment, so you want to let him have what he wants, and then be selfish one time and get what you want, just once. And I said, "Hello, we're going to New Jersey in October, and I'm making a list of places I want to go eat at." Well, of course, you have to go to any place for breakfast and have Taylor ham, egg and cheese on a bagel, or pork roll, Taylor ham. It's a big debate here. It's the same exact thing, but I suggest that you get that. That's a big popular breakfast here. But you're going with your dad, I'm sure, so he knows all the spots to go to too. So, but I would recommend that. Angel said yes to those who finished their books. Esther Jane, just in case I forgot, thanks for the sprints today. I have had a good time. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that we did it. And he said, yes, I was trying to find the emojis. Oh, okay, gotcha. Hugh apparently likes onion rings. He was drooling so bad I had to share some. They said, we don't have one here, but they sell their onion rings in the frozen food section. Okay. Annie, fireworks starting here too, and they are against the rules in our community. I don't know why people want to be out in 90-degree weather lighting fireworks.
yeah,
I agree. They just said, oh, good grief. They started popping off fireworks here in the city limits.
yeah. I heard a couple of pops a little while ago, but so far it hasn't been too much. There's not like around where I live here. There's not really a lot of like younger people, so I would think eventually that it would like because like their kids are growing up and moving out or stuff. But I don't know. There are a few that still get together and pop them, and I mean they're so loud. We could probably hear them even if they're like in town too. So,
but it's just like who like I mean, after a certain amount of years, you've seen fireworks, you've heard them. Who cares?
Yeah, I still I think I prefer playing with the smoke bombs and things like that. the color, that the color.
Make the colors, yeah, exactly. That'd be more fun.
Color comes out, and I'd rather do that than the ones that make a lot of noise. You get the snake, where you used to that in the little.
Yes, I remember that one. Yes.
Or those just things where you would go up behind somebody and pop them on the floor.
So somebody was doing that on the boardwalk the other day, and then somebody went up behind. It was a woman doing it, and somebody went up behind her and did it, and she got scared out of her mind. I'm like, but you were the one doing it to people. I guess she didn't
like paybacks. Yeah, people don't like the paybacks. They don't want that.
No. Yeah, she like screamed. I'm like, but you were doing them too. PK said we put in-ground sprinklers, but before that we had the hose sprinkler thing. I say this because on a day like this we turn them on and oh dear, have it hit the cars parking on our lawn. I miss that. Yeah. Angel said, I think here we're still under storm rainy weather.
I loved sprinklers that my grandparents would have for their garden because we would run through them in the summertime and stuff in the garden. As long as we made sure we didn't get and step in her garden or whatever. But
that's it.
Run under them and everything when we were little. Yeah.
It was one of the really hot days, and I was walking, and a guy was spraying his lawn. And I like walked past and he was avoiding me. I'm like, no, please hit me with it. I'm like, it's okay. Like, I just wanted that bit of relief. But it wasn't really that.
It's anyway. When you're wanting it to hit you and somebody hitting you.
Yes. Yeah. And it wasn't really that cold anyway, because I'm sure his hose had been sitting out in the sun anyway. So it was kind of hot, but it was fine. And I said, Taylor ham sandwiches on the list. I found a place in Jersey that will ship them to Oklahoma. My dad gets one for his birthday and for Christmas. There you go.
Cool.
Nice. Cajun said when I went to BK, I would get onion rings and ask for like 5 fries. Shmuel loves fries, and cats can't have onions, so I had to get him something. I was going to say I love the BK zesty sauce that they usually give with the onion rings. So I like to get that. I never heard of sparkler bombs until I was dating Steve. Must be a guy thing. Yeah. And then Annie said, I was reading a retro book and the kids all had punks. I remember having those, but haven't seen them in years. Yes.
Well, everybody uses lighters and stuff now, but I mean, it takes all the fun out of it because you're trying to get it to light and it won't do anything.
Yes, exactly. It's like, all right, come on. Yep. So that's great. PK sprinklers hitting the cars. And PK said, and we have the hard water out here. Oh, darn, that's not good for cars. Get off my lawn, literally. Yeah, I was used to having hard water, and now in the place I live in now, we have well water.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like it leaves like this like saltiness all over everything.
We have well water here, but it's still kind of like hard water. It's not because I've took showers in like where people say they have soft water, and it feels so weird.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree.
So weird and everything. So I'm like, yeah, that is not our water at all.
No, not mine either. But you're just used to what you're used to, so
I felt like I was taking a shower in slime.
You're like, oh, this is weird. Yeah. And PK said, yeah, that's what we have, well water. Yeah. So, something different for me. Also, that moving in here, we also have an electric stove, which I'm used to a gas stove. And I want to go back to a gas stove. I don't like this.
We have an electric stove.
Yeah. First time I've ever had one, and I'm not a fan. So.
Yeah. I think I would be okay with the I think the electric stove more if I see those people that have them where they're flat, and so like I guess the burner is inside like the flat thing or whatever, and you turn it
Okay.
on and it heats up. But we got the ones with the coils.
That's what we have. Yeah, the coils.
I
Yeah,
don't like them.
I don't like it. Yeah.
But I think maybe if it was that flat thing where they look cool because it's like, well, those are easier to clean too. You just wipe over the top of. But these things are hard and they get all nasty in there, and you have to replace those things underneath them.
Yep.
And yeah, so yeah, when it comes to like that, I would rather have like the gas stove that we used to have.
Yeah, I don't like the coils. That's for sure. But a flat, yeah, maybe that'd be different
And
too.
our coils are always like going out. We have to replace them all the time.
Well, also, I've left the stove on so many times because there's no flame and I don't hear it
Yeah.
going. So,
Yeah, and
or I
sometimes
turn
if you don't have it
on-
on real high, it doesn't show red either.
exactly. So I've been heating up water that's not heating up on the wrong burner, and I'm like, oh, that was a waste. Okay.
Yeah.
So, anyway, you want to do one more sprint?
Sure.
Okay. PK just said I just got a new stove. We've never had gas, but this is a new one that has a dehydrate function. Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Something new. All right, so we will go to the top of the hour. Happy reading. How'd you do?
I made the last clip for my daily reading vlog, and I got the 17%. And my farewell, my lovely.
I got to 18% in Love in Books, which is the Freedom Valley book by Erin Branscombe. Let's see how that one goes. Up to the fireworks have officially started.
Did you get the one that you needed to get for your buddy read done? Was that the one you were
Yes.
working?
Yeah, that was the one before. Yeah. And just because I knew it was like about to be back at the library, so I'm like, I'll lose it and I'll never get it back. Agent said, I had an electric stove somewhere I lived and just felt like it was harder to regulate. Yeah, I feel like that too. He said, yay. Angela, 63%, Angel, 63% red. And Cajun got to 91%. Didn't you just start this book tonight?
I feel like it, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like she did. Hannah made it to 74%. And Annie got 7% in Last Will and Testament by Peggy Earhart.
Progress made.
Yes, all around. All right, so I guess that's it. We're going to wrap up. I'm going to go get some food because I'm starting to get a headache. So thank you so much for sprinting with me. Thank you, everyone in the chat.
Yeah, it's fun.
It was. Thank you. And I hope everyone has a good 4th of July and that the fireworks are to a minimum. I hope that they're to a minimum.
I hope so. I started hearing them start to boom, but they're not like the really scary loud booms yet. Because it's not quite dark enough yet. So.
There you go. Yeah, we just got to dark, so I'm sure they're going to be starting. So anyway, all right, everybody. Thank you so much. And I guess we'll see you guys on PK's channel tomorrow.
Yep.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.